This is a microphone test for Cambridge City Council planning meeting, which will begin at 10 a.m.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the delay. It was due to me mostly, getting my laptop in order. I think we're ready to go now. And as I said earlier, I presume everyone can still hear me okay. No IT issues. Good. Okay. So I'll just read the bits and bobs out at the start and then we'll get going. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Smart and I am the chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee meeting taking place starting 10:10 on Wednesday the 7th of Jan. So if members could introduce themselves, starting with Tim.
Tim Griffin, Coleridge Ward.
Councillor Bob Illingworth, East Chesterton Ward.
Ingrid Flaubert, representing Trumpington.
Howard Abbey.
Councillor Michael Jones, Arbury Ward.
Yeah, thank you, councillors. As Councillor Katie Thornborough has given apologies for today, we'll need to elect a vice chair in case, well, mostly because in case any matters need to go to chair, vice chair and spokes with regard to the planning items. So could I have a proposer for a vice chair for today, please? Bob?
I propose Mike Todd Jones.
Thank you very much. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Howard. So, do we need to vote? Yeah, I suppose we do. Can we have a show of hands for support Michael Jones? Thank you. Yeah, unanimous. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mike, for doing that. Okay, so, okay. So I can now confirm that Councillor Todd Jones is Vice Chair of the committee for this meeting. The officers permanent at table for this meeting are Delivery Manager Toby Williams, Legal Advisor Richard Pitt, Committee Manager James Goddard and Producer Sarah Michael. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting and I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. Housekeeping. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 45-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. And by the way, the clock isn't working, so look at your own clocks. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk could be broadcast at some point as cameras within the room follow the microphone being switched on. If you're following the Teams meeting here in the room on your laptop, your audio, microphone and camera must be switched off. If the fire alarm sounds, please follow officers who will leave the room and exit the building via the Pease Hill staircase and exit. Please do not use the lift. Please can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Switch off your microphone and camera unless you're invited to speak. Please note if a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation and respond to questions. The process for each planning application will be the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report. Questions of clarification from members to officers. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for those speaking against unless advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the councillor debate. The committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask the planning delivery manager to summarise the officer recommendation, which will pick up any amendments made during the debate. I will then ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by a show of hands. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I'll halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. Right, moving on to agenda item 3. Well, actually, apologies first. So apologies we have from Councillor Dryden and who's the other one? Councillor Thornborough, Councillor Thornborough, yeah, as I said earlier. So, but we're still quorate. We've got 6 of us today, so that's plenty enough. So agenda item 3, declarations of interest. anything, councillors? No. Okay. So minutes of the last meeting, they're to follow to the next meeting, so we don't have those today. James?
They were passed around, Chair. They're separate to the main agenda.
Right, so can I sign those as a true record? Yes, nodding, okay, thank you very much, I'll do that now. Okay, so the first planning item of the day is item 5, Castle End Mission Pound Hill. There's speakers on this item. We've got James Roberts, objector, Paul Lee, applicant, and the architect, Aposis Particularis, and that person. So, are they, Paul, James, are they sharing it between them, or are they the 2 and 3?
I believe, Chair, we have one objector and 2 supporters, Mr. Lee and Mr. Petriakis.
Do those people wish to share at the time? Are they here today or online? Hello, do you want to speak? Press your button and then speak.
Yes.
Share at a time, the 3 minutes between you. Okay, great, thanks. Just as long as you understand. Okay, so that'll be after the questions of clarification. So Charlotte, you're online because of the weather, so thanks for joining us. So when you're ready, can you present this item then, please, Charlotte?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Can I just check you can hear me properly and you can see my screen with the laser pointer?
That's all fine, thanks, Charlotte.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair, just to make you aware, we had to reboot the system this morning because the previous user, who will remain nameless, turned off all the kit. We did an emergency reboot, but the picture-in-picture facility is not going out in the live stream, which means people in the room can see the officer presentation, but it won't go on the live stream. But I suggest we continue because the important thing is the meeting happens and the live stream is nice to have.
That's about it. Did you want to say anything further to that, officers? No, that's the way it is. We hope to have a live stream, but if it doesn't work, you're the important people in the room in terms of making decisions. So yes, we'll continue. Thanks, Charlotte.
Okay. So the application is for Castle End Mission on Pound Hill and seeks to demolish the existing tin building and extend the existing building to create additional floor space for the church. The application is in front of members following the delegation panel of the 30th of September, where it was considered the application should be decided by members. So just to go over the updates which were as per the amendment sheet. So a third-party comment was received on the 2nd of January, which raised these following points. This is from a previous objector, and whilst summarised here, the comments raised no additional concerns. These comments were made public on the 5th of January. It has also been noted there were some words missing from the reason for refusal 1, and these have just been added, and the amended wording is shown in red. So the application relates to the former Mission Hall and Working Men's Club located on the corner of Pound Hill and St Peter's Street. The site is currently in use as a Chinese church. The site shares a boundary with number 4 Pound Hill to the southeast, Mason's Garden, Haymarket Street to the south. Beyond the access road and car parking lies a 3-storey mixed residential block of flats here, and then numbers 15 to 17 Albion Row, which are 2-storey dwellings. The surrounding area is predominantly residential. However, there is a shop on the opposite side of Pound Hill to the site, and some commercial properties along the nearby Castle Street. In addition, there is a Methodist church and a Korean church on the opposite side of St Peter's Street around here. The application property is a building of local interest that lies within the Castle and Victoria Road Conservation Area. Officers have been made aware that an application has been made to Historic England to list the Iron Hall. No decision has yet to be made on this, and as such, the application is considered, as it currently stands, as not listed. So we've got some photos of the existing site for you, because I'm aware the plans are quite difficult to read due to the kind of mishmash of buildings. So these photos are taken from Pound Hill. You can see what the report refers to as the Iron Hall. Which is this building. It's a single-storey prefabricated building, clad in black corrugated iron. It is attached to the tall single-storey red brick hall to the right. To the left of the Iron Hall is a small alleyway, and beyond which you can see this is number 4 Pound Hill. So these are just street view images. This is the junction, showing the building, the junction between Pound Hill and St Peter Street. And this is the street view images of the main hall from St Peter Street. The access to the car park is here. Moving to the rear of the building. So this shows the interconnecting corridor. You can see the roof of the Iron Hall above. This is the main halls. You can see the chimneys as well. Over this side, this is the gym, and from here you can see the unusual mansard style roof. The boundary line of the site follows where this brick ends, roughly along where the bollard is. And then this is just a Google Earth image showing the rear in total. You can see the residential properties along Albion Row here. This is 4 Pound Hill, and this is Mason's Garden. So just showing the existing and proposed site plans. As you can see, the only change in the footprint is to the front, where the replacement of the Iron Hall will be, with an infill extension to the interconnecting corridors. This also shows the proposed parking layout. Moving on to the existing and proposed ground floors. The replacement extension would project forwards of the connecting corridor by a maximum of 8.3 metres. The front elevation would be reorientated to be parallel with Pound Hill. The corridor would be extended here to the rear of number 4. You can also see that a ramp would be installed to create step-free access, and 9 Sheffield stands would be installed along here. At first floor, an extension would be erected over the existing corridor link and the gym, creating additional meeting rooms and bathroom facilities. The first floor extension would project out over the car park. And this is just showing the changes to the roof form. The Iron Hall extension would be characterised by a single pitched roof with a flat roof beyond, and the first floor extension would create 4 gable ends. Moving on to the elevations, so the top ones are the elevations from St Peter Street, and below is the elevation from the rear. As you can see, no changes would be visible from St Peter Street, but there's quite a substantial difference on the rear elevation. So these elevations, they're sectional, the top ones, and looking towards the main hall. And the bottom is the proposed view from Pound Hill, showing the replacement extension to the Iron Hall. You can see the first floor extension would be visible slightly above. And we just have elevations showing the gym. So the top one is the view from Haymarket Road. And you can see the raising of the roof here would be slightly visible above Mason's Garden. This elevation is showing the same view but without Mason's Garden, to see where the windows are positioned. And this elevation here is showing the gym from the garden of number 4 Pound Hill, which is this just photo here showing how it is existing. And finally, we just got a section of the ramp showing here, and then some CGIs of the retained chimney, which will be kept internally with a roof lantern above for external views. So these are the main planning considerations. To avoid any repetition, the impact of the character and appearance has been covered by the previous slides, showing the existing photos and proposed drawings. In terms of the impact on the heritage asset, this is just a summary of the harm as outlined in more detail within the report. Officers consider that the total heritage harm is a moderate, less than substantial, with the demolition of the Iron Hall creating the greatest harm. Turning to the parking, to the left shows the existing parking, which is informal with no dedicated bays, and the existing plan shows 6 cars can be parked, however they cannot be independently accessed. The site photo was taken on a weekday and just showing 1 car parked, and the aerial photo, there's no cars parked within the plot. These cars parked here are for the nearby residential properties. Officers accept that the busiest day for parking would be a Sunday. The top 2 right drawings show the parking layout, with the left allowing for a disabled space, with the right showing how an additional car could fit if needed. Tracking to enter the spaces has been shown. It is noted that cars would not be able to leave independently, and it is accepted that this is not ideal. The image on the bottom shows the street parking, which is taken from the applicant's parking statement. The red lines show the restricted bays, which are either pay and display or permit. However, on Sunday there are no restrictions. The purple is pay and display during the daytime, including Sundays. The green is pay and display with a maximum time limit, which is 4 hours on a Sunday. And the brown is permitted parking only, so would not be available for any of the congregates. In addition, this map shows the location of the nearest public car park at Shire Hall, which is here, and the site is this star here. Okay, moving on to neighbour amenity, this shows the relationship between the application site and number 4 Pound Hill. These photos show the relationship of the side windows of number 4 within the Iron Hall. The proposed extension would project slightly further forward than existing, but it would be located further away from these windows. So these photos show the gym building from the garden of number 4. And these are the gym buildings from inside number 4 at first floor level. And these are the elevations, just demonstrating the change of height of the gym building. The ridge of the gym building would be raised from 6.9 metres to 8.3, resulting in an increase of 1.4 metres, with the eaves having an increase of 1.7 metres. Moving on to daylight and sunlight, the applicants have submitted a daylight sunlight assessment, of which these images are taken from. The vertical sky component measures daylight and should be no less than 27, or if reduced to below this, no less than 80% of its forming value. In terms of sunlight, windows which are within 90 degrees of due south, annual probable sunlight hours should be calculated. If a room can receive more than 1/4 of annual probable sunlight hours, including 5% in winter months, then it should receive enough sunlight. Whilst this is a lot of information, the column that is important is the last one, stating whether it meets the BRE guidance, which all windows assessed do. However, the windows on the side wall at the rear of number 4 Pound Hill have not been included within the assessment. So it's these windows, yeah. And just lastly, in terms of sunlight to the gardens of the neighbouring properties, half of the garden area should have at least 2 hours of sunlight on the 21st of March, or the area that can receive 2 hours is reduced to less than 0.8 its forming value. All are acceptable. Okay, just to summarise, whilst there are benefits of the scheme, as it would provide additional and improved community space, along with improved accessibility These would not outweigh the harm, which includes the total loss of a BLI, moderate level of less than substantial harm to the conservation area and retained BLIs, unacceptable level of harm to number 4 Pound Hill, and the failure to demonstrate that bats could be adequately protected. Officers recommend refusal for reasons outlined within the report and as per the amendment sheet shown at the start of this presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Charlotte. Questions of clarification, members? Yes, Councillor Howard.
Thanks, Charlotte. Have we missed it, but do we have access to that table of light that you showed in the presentation? It's not in the drawings pack. Is that somewhere else that I've missed? Yeah, that one.
Nope. This was in their daylight and sunlight assessment.
In the light assessment, okay, thank you.
Yeah, so Councillor, that will be, I guess Charlotte's referring to the planning portal there, be available there. Did you want any more information on that, Councillor Howard?
I'd just like to have a look at the numbers, so I think it'd be most helpful if I just log on and go and look at it.
Okay, and I'll just follow up that. So it's very small text on screen, Charlotte, and I appreciate that in the last column that the BRE guidelines are met in all cases. There's yes all down that column, but is there any loss of light that you want to highlight in any part of that table?
So the greatest loss of light in terms of the vertical sky component is for window number 2, which is this window here, so the side window of number 4 Pound Hill. So that drops below the recommended 27 for the vertical sky component, but it meets the BRA guidelines because it's 80.44. And then number 10, which is here, so at the rear, this is on Albion Row. Again, the retained percentage of VSE is 80.35. The rest retained are above 85%. So those two are the largest changes in vertical sky component. And then in terms of the annual sunlight hours, everything is above 85% retained. If you'd prefer, I can bring up their sunlight assessment and I should be able to then zoom in if that's helpful for you.
We can come back to that in debate if members want to. Okay, more questions, clarification, members? Councillor Griffin.
Thank you. This is about terminology, and maybe you could explain to me, because I'm rather new to planning, and maybe to the public at large. This is about the Iron Hall, which the report says is a building of local interest, and so is a non-designated heritage asset. Sorry. Could you explain that terminology? Thank you.
Okay, it is a question of clarification, and we will do it, but we'll probably come and cover that a bit later on as well, in terms of, we've got the conservation officer here today, and we can normally in these items go over that and talk about, get the conservation officer to talk about what all the terminology means. But yes, let's get that answered then, Charlotte. And
okay, thank you.
We can do it now. We'll do it now anyway, but we'll come back to it anyway because it's quite an important point on this item. So Charlotte, if you want to answer that, or if you wish, you can defer to the conservation officer who's here today. It's up to you.
I will attempt to answer it, and I'm sure Celia will pick anything up if I've missed it. It's essentially the building of local interest, BLI, is something that the council has listed themselves, so it's locally listed, so it's not a national listed, so it's not a grade 1, 2, 2-star, as you'd normally see. Because of that, it's a non-designated heritage asset because it's not officially designated by Historic England. So it's essentially, I think, and I'm aware I probably interchanged the two between in the report, but hopefully that clarifies it. If not, I'm happy for Celia to just point that out.
Follow up?
Ms. Mudd, or not?
Thank you. So how do assets end up on the building of local interest list? How is that process?
Charlotte?
I think that would be one for Celia to answer, if that's okay.
Celia?
So just to go over what Charlotte said, you have designated and non-designated assets. Designated are where they are covered, they're statutory designated, so that includes listed buildings and conservation areas. Those are the relevant ones for our purposes here. Heritage assets go beyond that and include ones that the council has put on our own list, so buildings of local interest, and they're covered in policy, our local plan, as well as national planning policy. Cambridge maintains a list which is updated on a cycling basis, and the list is included at Appendix G of the local plan, but it is amended on an ongoing basis through local assessment.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
All right, any more? Yes, Councillor Illingworth.
Yes, I noticed this application has triggered interest in possibility of bats, and yet an application later on today has not. And I'm just wondering what is it about this planning application that triggers the concern for bats, whereas another one doesn't?
Charlotte?
I can't comment on the other application that you're seeing today, but the applicant submitted a preliminary ecological appraisal, which said there was a low chance of roosting bats, and that essentially triggers the need for further surveys. Those surveys can only take place from May to August, September, and those further surveys have not been submitted as part of this application.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Illingworth, is that all right? Yeah. So just in terms of the other application you mentioned, we'll come to that when we come to it. And yeah, okay. Any more, Councillor Flaubert? Apologies, Councillor Flaubert. Sometimes some of them don't work, but you've got one now, so when you're ready.
Thank you. I wonder if the officer could show us the image, I hope I didn't miss it, of the property number 4 that the gym will cause any problems, please. Thank you.
Charlotte, can you do that?
Is it showing the photos for number 4? Is that right?
That's it, I think, yeah. Do you have a question on that, Councillor Flaubert?
Yes, so how is it going to affect number 4? It's just in terms of the height or maybe the noise?
It's in terms of the height. So it's been considered that the additional height here will create a further sense of enclosure to the garden. And then, so this window here and this window here, they were not in the daylight and sunlight assessments. So at the moment, there's concern that it would have an undue impact on daylight and sunlight to these 2 windows here.
You look perplexed, Councillor Flaubert. Do you need to follow up a question, or you okay?
Sorry, Chair, I'm okay. It's just in the past, we have said that is not essentially a cause for rejection, but I just wonder. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, okay. So re that, as far as I remember, Charlotte, the change in height was from 6.9 to 8.3 metres in terms of the bulk and massing and height and all of that. And do you want to tell us, Charlotte, why those windows weren't included in the RE assessment? Are they not habitable rooms, or is there another reason?
I can't answer that. They are habitable rooms. The top window is a bedroom. I do recall that. I don't recall. I have visited the property. I don't recall what this window served. I think it was a living area. but the top room is definitely a bedroom.
So that's not clear, Charlotte. So I'm asking why those windows weren't included. You're saying you don't know? Is that the answer?
Yes, it's what the applicant provided us with.
We've got an applicant survey that is not complete, and we don't have any survey ourselves to confirm their readings. This is the applicant telling us what the effect would be on a neighbouring
Yeah.
property. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So, officers, is that sufficient? Are we able to work with an applicant survey that's not complete? Do you want to answer that, Charlotte, or is that Toby?
I can answer that, Chair. So that forms part of the officer assessment and the concern that officers have raised, and is partly why we're recommending refusal on residential amenity grounds. The reason for refusal is both on kind of the enclosure and dominance, which we can identify would be harmful in officers' view on that amenity, but also the lack of information to justify that the impact in terms of daylight and sunlight would be satisfactory as a result of that change in height in close proximity to number 4.
So, members, are you all clear on the answer there? Yeah, you're nodding. Okay, good. Right, any more questions or clarification? No. Okay, let's go to speakers then. So first up is the objector, James Roberts. Are you here, James? Hello. Right. So you've got 3 minutes to speak when you're ready, James. You've got it switched on, and half a minute before the end, the bell will go to let you know you're coming to the end of your time.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. My name is James Roberts, and I'm appearing in my capacity as a Cambridge resident and on behalf of my mother, the owner-occupier of number 4 Pound Hill, in order to object to this application. In keeping with the published guidelines on public speaking at planning committee meetings, I don't propose to repeat the points made in the material already before the committee. I would, however, comment further as follows. I endorse the Conservation Officer's report to the committee in respect of the historic and architectural significance of the Iron Hall. I can also confirm that an application to Historic England for the Iron Hall to be added to its list of buildings of special architectural or historic interest was made on 9th November, and on 13th November I was advised that Historic England was beginning its preliminary assessment. It is my intention to continue to pursue this application, and I will of course keep the Planning Officer and Conservation Officer informed of any developments in this regard. Second, in addition to the comments in the report before the committee on the negative effects that the proposed works would have on the amenity of number 4 Pound Hill, I would also contend that raising the height of the gymnasium wall would inevitably require the erection of scaffolding and performance of works in number 4 Pound Hill's small enclosed courtyard garden for an extended period, which would cause considerable inconvenience. Moreover, the presence of a supporting brick pier in the gymnasium wall facing into the courtyard garden, which provides necessary support due to its height relative to its thickness, would presumably require that wall to be partially demolished down to the level of the top of the brick pier before its height could then be increased, incorporating the pier. Finally, I would comment that it is unclear for how long the proposed expansion of the church's current facilities, if permitted, would remain adequate for what is said to be a rapidly growing congregation. To conclude, therefore, the owner-occupier of number 4 Pound Hill and I remain very concerned about the effect of the proposed works on the quiet enjoyment of these premises, and therefore ask that the application be refused. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Planning Officer, the Conservation Officer and the Committee for their consideration of our concerns.
Yeah, thanks, James. Okay, so the applicant side, Paul and Apostius, you've got 3 minutes when you're ready.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Paul, and I speak for the Cambridge Chinese Christian Church. The Cambridge Chinese Christian Church has been active in Cambridge for over 28 years. It began as a student fellowship and has grown into a settled community supporting individuals and families who have made Cambridge their home. In 2018, the church purchased the Castle End Mission site on Castle Hill and moved in shortly thereafter. While COVID-19 disrupted activities, our community remained active and connected. In recent years, our congregation has grown significantly following the introduction of the British National Overseas, or BNO, visa scheme. As families from Hong Kong have relocated to the UK, our Cantonese-speaking congregation has welcomed around 160 new regular adult members, alongside approximately 20 toddlers and 60 young people. We have also seen steady growth in our Mandarin-speaking congregation. To accommodate this, we have expanded our Sunday services from 2 per Sundays to 3, offering Cantonese, Mandarin, and increasingly English-speaking services. We have also established a wide range of weekly community groups serving children, young people, older members, young professionals and families, providing social support as well as pastoral care. From the outset, we have planned to adapt the building so it can serve both our current and future needs. The existing building is energy inefficient, has limited meeting space, aging surfaces, externally accessed toilets, and poor accessibility. In its current form, it cannot adequately support our activities or our vision to serve the wider community at Castle Hill. We recognize the construction can be disruptive, particularly for our neighbors, and we are committed to working closely with them and with the council to minimize the impact. We believe this proposal represents a sustainable and necessary investment in a long-standing community presence in Cambridge, and we respectfully ask for your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And do you want to speak as well? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the invitation to speak today. I am Apostolos Petrakis, Associate Architect at Archangel Architects. I want to add that the site is tight and care has been given to minimize the impact of the proposal to the conservation area and the neighbors. The proposal before you follows twice received pre-application advice. It aims to be an accessible, energy-efficient building that provides the church with the spaces and the functional flexibility they need, as the growth of the church is a good thing. HSAT concerns relate to the iron hall significance. While some tin tabernacles are listed, they are typically unique, standalone structure. This one is not. We believe replacing the extension with one that meets anticipated need, while preserving the pleasing contrast of material and form, is acceptable.
Can you just sort of wind up your comments?
When balanced against the clear public benefits of the proposals. We look forward to working together with all parties to achieve that result.
Thank you very much. Sorry to cut you off. Okay, so now we're on to debate. Just before we start, I'd just like to say that we're a city of sanctuary and we welcome Hong Kongers to the city of Cambridge and all other people that come to your church. However, that's not a planning matter, not for this consideration. It's a separate issue. So members, debate. Councillor Todd Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Just say I'm very sympathetic to the needs of the community, but essentially we have to look at the merits of this planning application. And unfortunately, I think in terms of the height and the density and that's sadly the overdevelopment of the area, I can't really support the application, but I do understand the needs of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Very clear. Okay, I'll go next then. So just wanted to pick up on a couple of comments made so far, Charlotte, on the scaffolding and the wall. I presume those matters are civil matters to do with between the applicant and any objectors. Do you want to just clarify that, Charlotte?
Yes, that will be dealt with under the Party Wall Act.
Okay, thank you very much. And as I say, we've got the Conservation Officer here. It might be useful to have it clarified what all the sort of technical terms which don't make common sense at all in terms of normal language, like less than substantial harm, that sort of thing, all mean. And there was a chart that was shown by you in your presentation, Charlotte, on conservation, which might be useful to look at whether you want to refer to that, Charlotte, because it's your chart, I suppose, and maybe have the Conservation Officer speak as well, just to clarify what we're talking about in terms of conservation. Do you want to do that now before we go on? Is that right?
Yes, and again, I will try, and I'm sure Celia will pick up anything where I've not made it clear. So when we refer to less than substantial, that is a term used within the NPPF. So there's different levels in the NPPF. There's kind of complete harm, which is kind of total demolition. There's substantial harm, and then there's less than substantial harm. So in this case, there is the total loss of the iron hall, but in terms of the net impact, we've considered it to be less than substantial, but a moderate level of less than substantial. So essentially, when it comes to if something's decided to be less than substantial harm, that's when paragraph 215 of the NPPF comes into play, and that's when we need to balance the level of harm against the public benefits. So when we refer to kind of the levels of less than substantial harm, that's in order to kind of to then be used in our balance against the public benefits. I hope that clarifies everything.
Yeah, thanks, Charlotte. I mean, it might be useful to have the Conservation Officer speak as well on this. So I've not seen a chart like this before, and I've not seen a summation of the harm re an item with regard to different aspects of harm on a site. So I would appreciate a bit more information on this. And just in terms of the first box on the table at the top right, I'm sorry to be so detailed, members, but I think we need to fully understand what we're looking at here in terms of conservation, because that's one of the important aspects of this item. So it says highest level total loss. I presume that means substantial harm. And what you never clarified, Charlotte, is that less than substantial harm, I think, has 3 categories, if that's correct. But I'll let the Conservation Officer speak on all of that, and then we'll go from there. Thanks.
So it is a complicated case. There's lots of different asset types involved.
Just come a bit closer to the microphone, will you? Because I don't
Sorry,
know if I
is
can hear you.
is that better?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we've got the conservation area. That's the designated heritage asset in this case, and for a designated heritage asset, you can have substantial harm or less than substantial harm. We are in the category of less than substantial harm here, which engages the test under 215 that Charlotte just mentioned. And it is important to clarify that less than substantial harm does not translate to a less than substantial or a lightweight planning matter. It is still something that must be given considerable weight. We have the BLI, which contributes to the conservation area.
But don't use acronyms, so building of your local interest. Yeah.
Sorry, the building of local interest, which is also an important building within the conservation area. So it contributes to that significance of the designated asset. And if we just look at the building of local interest by itself, it is a non-designated asset, which means it has importance to the City of Cambridge, to our local historic environment, and it engages its policy 62, and then the NPPF, it's paragraph 216, which requires the effect of an application on the significance of a non-designated heritage asset to be taken into account with regard being had to the scale of any harm or loss and the significance of the asset itself. So it's worth saying another couple of words that because you have 2 quite distinct building types within this one BLI, within the Coastline Mission, you have your masonry element and you have the metal building. That it is, and the metal building we believe that has been submitted for listing has some intrinsic value in itself, that we are looking at the total loss of that metal element, but that is only partial loss of the whole BLI. So it is relatively complicated. Happy to have any other questions, but I think that's what we're looking at really. We need to look at the significance and the scale of loss of the building of local interest.
Thank you very much. Did you want to add anything, Charlotte, before we go on?
No, I think actually just quickly with the table, it was decided to put it in a table form because it had so many little intricate sections that it was an easier way to clearly state it than just the writing within the report.
Yes, no, I think that's good. I'm not criticising that. I think more information is better than less, so that's good for us to make a good decision. And I'm just trying to be fair here to both the applicant side and the objector side, so we've got all the information on the table, so we make a robust decision, that's all. Members, any more debates? I can see from Councillor Todd Jones' comments that it seems fairly clear in this instance. With the metal hall, the proposed replacement buildings, do you feel, Charlotte, that they're meant to somehow replicate the metal building? Because I can see how the metal building might be seen as being not very important because it's just a metal building in the city, although in terms of heritage assets, it is an heritage asset of a type. So is that the implication, do you think, Charlotte?
Yes, it says the replacement extension is simple. It has kind of the metal appearance, and there is an attempt to kind of copy the existing iron hall, but in a more modern way.
Yeah, okay. So that's one thing. I think the other thing is with the objections we've got, just to highlight, we've got Anglian Water objecting. There's a hoarding objection at the moment. I don't know if officers want to say anything about that. Maybe Toby in a minute. And then we've got Conservation Officer obviously objecting, and the Ecology Officer also objecting. We've not got an Ecology Officer here today, but maybe Charlotte can comment on that. And then we've got 8 representations, 7 against and 1 in support. And this was also called in by Councillor Payne, who is not here to speak. So on that Anglian Water hoarding objection, can we just have some clarity on that, just so members are aware of why we've got that?
We have that holding objection, Chair, because of capacity issues at the existing wastewater recycling centre in Milton, which serves the city. That site has very limited headroom within its permitted licence to allow for any increases in foul water, certainly significant increases which might result in environmental impacts, particularly in terms of overflow discharges onto the River Cam and downstream. So that is the reason for the objection, Chair. I'd be happily talk some more about the officer position in relation to this minor application, if necessary.
Yeah, thanks. And what we've seen before in this instance is a Grampian condition, so-called, where an item would only come forward when it could meet. I'm not quite. Maybe you better explain it. I might get it wrong. So, Grampian condition. Do you want to just clarify that? Why we haven't got that today, for example?
Well, we haven't got a Grampian condition because we're not supporting the proposal first and foremost. I think if we were supporting the proposal, then there may be further commentary from officers on this point, but effectively this is an existing use. I would have thought it very unlikely that the extensions themselves that are minor in nature would result in any noticeable impact on foul water flows that could be accounted for in terms of environmental harm. I would say more generally that with minor applications, it would be very difficult for the authority to demonstrate any form of kind of significant harm.
Okay, thanks, Toby. And I'm not seeing any more hands up. Just want to follow up on this environmental health objection. So that's to do with bats mostly. We've covered that off. Is there anything else you wanted to say on that, Charlotte, about that matter in Ecology Officer 6.10, 6.11, especially 6.10, Charlotte?
No, nothing further to add than what I explained earlier.
Yeah, okay, I think we covered that. So if there's no more debates, we'll have the recommendation. No, okay, recommendation then, please, Toby.
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 32 of the officer report. That is to refuse for the 3 reasons as set out, with the amended reason for refusal 1 set out on the amendment sheet with that additional text.
So all those in favour of the recommendation to refuse?
5 support the recommendation.
Just keep your hands up.
6 now.
Yeah, unanimous. Okay, thank you very much. So the item is refused. We support the recommendation to refuse. So I hope the applicants have listened to that and maybe they'll be able to come forward with something different. I don't know. I'm sure officers will work with them to get a sufficient outcome, but today we had to refuse the item for the reasons we've debated today. Let's have a short break now before the next item. So come for a break, 5 minutes, and then we'll come back for the next item. Thank you, members and speakers. We're now live, back online. Welcome back after a short break. Item 6 is the next item, 639 Newmarket Road, McDonald's. Sarah, I presume we're still not able to put the presentation live streaming, is that correct?
I'm doing my best to focus on the screens in the chamber, so it will be visible to people who are online.
Okay, thank you very much. Good. In that case, we've got speakers, Richard Cross on behalf of the applicant, and then we've got a local ward councillor, Councillor Tong, to speak. And there has been a statement from Councillor Bennett that you will have seen, members. Okay, so Melissa, do you want to introduce the item then, please? Can't hear. Microphone. Yeah, thanks. Make it work close to you if possible. Yeah, there's not a lot of space, I know. Just squeeze it all in there. Thanks.
Apologies. Before members today is an application to extend the operating hours of McDonald's at 639 Newmarket Road. The increase sought is in relation to condition 6, which limits the opening hours to 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. 7 days a week. They'd like to increase that to 6 a.m., opening an hour earlier, to 11 p.m. 7 days a week. The application reference is 25/0414/section 73. So the application seeks to amend the original permission. Most people, I think, will be familiar with the location. It's 639 Newmarket Road, on the junction with Newmarket Road and Wadlows Road, on quite a prominent corner, with residential development and some commercial development. Papa John's is just to the east there.
Just speak up a bit, Melissa, will you? Sort of
Sorry,
project a bit?
yeah,
Thanks.
I'll see
Just
if I
so
can bring it a
everyone
bit
can hear,
closer
that's
to me. Is that better? Yep. Apologies. This is a 2008 aerial image just to help with the context. So you've got residential properties on Wadlows Road here. This is Nursery Close here, and we'll show some photos of these properties. You've got the entrance to McDonald's off of Wadlows Road here. There's two drive-through lanes that come round the northern boundary and down the side here. And then you've got the actual building with car parking and the drive-through lane beyond. This is the Papa John's building, and then adjacent to the site is a residential property, and then this is a commercial development on the corner with the road down to Ditton. So just some photos to help with the context. This is from Wadlows Road, in front of the residential properties I've previously mentioned, looking towards the site. It's a bit skewed because it's done in panoramic. This is from just by the access, looking at those residential properties we've mentioned. This is from within the site, looking towards the side of properties in Nursery Close, and then here we've got a bin store and some car parking. You can see the intercom systems where people place their orders. This is from Wadlows Road, looking at the access. You can just see the front side of the properties in Nursery Close and the boundary treatment there. This is quite a helpful image in that it's taken from Google Street View, but it's within Nursery Close itself, looking towards the boundary. So the drive-through lane.
Can you use your laser pointer if possible, the red one?
I've got a massive one on my screen, but that doesn't help you.
Oh, okay. It's just they can see it better on the screen here then.
Pointer. Is that no? Cursor. Oh, laser pointer. That one. Is that better? Yes.
Well, yes, it's the best we can get, so thanks.
Sorry, I'm not very technical.
Flit around a bit when you're pointing at something, that helps as well,
Okay.
in terms of seeing things.
Like a little fairy darting about. Okay. So yeah, this boundary here is the one where the drive-through comes along, and there's a landscaped area of trees in here. These are flats here with a garden just in this area here, which since this image was taken, now has a full height fence enclosing that garden area. Again, just some images from the drive-through lanes looking at the side of those properties again. You can see there's the balcony of the upstairs flat at that property, and trees within the site. I've included these. This is as you come round the drive-through lane, you can see the existing boundary fence. There are trees on the other side of this fence and within the site. This is from Newmarket Road, adjacent to the roundabout, looking at the side of 641 Newmarket Road, east of the site. There's a flat with windows facing onto it, and that's the front of that property with Papa John's on the other side of it. So that's the context. In terms of planning history, you'll see from paragraph 4.1 of the report, there have been 3 previous applications for this, albeit some time ago now, prior to this local plan. They've been refused on grounds relating to lack of material in terms of being able to assess the impacts, light spill and noise effects, and harm to neighbouring amenities from noise. So we haven't previously supported this proposal. This application seeks to amend a condition, as I've mentioned at the top of this presentation. Condition 6 restricts the opening hours. Just to clarify, they were seeking a 6 a.m. start in the morning, 7 days a week, and the closing times would stay unchanged. The application is supported by a noise impact assessment, which has been amended just before Christmas. It sets out some possible mitigation measures for noise, which include increasing the barrier height to 3 metres for the, I'm going to call it the intercom system for us lay people. And then that would go along the full length of the northern boundary, the eastern boundary, and then part of the southern boundary up to where the footpath comes into the site from Newmarket Road. They were proposing to put some time restrictions on the use of the drive-through lanes closest to the boundary, because I mentioned there's 2 where you come in. Replacement of some slightly older extract material on the roof with a quieter model, and then they would operate a premises noise management plan, which is included in the noise impact assessment. So, as mentioned, I've included this plan just to help for context. So, the blue line shows where the barrier would go, and that is provided in the noise impact assessment. That's the details that we have of that. Obviously, it's to be 3 metres high. You'll see from the report that the comments we had on the original noise impact assessment from environmental health, and we do have an environmental health officer joining us today to be able to answer any questions that arise. The initial review of this revised document indicates it's likely to remain unsatisfactory. It has gone some way to address the impacts, but it doesn't overcome other concerns that we have in terms of the amenity of the area and neighbours and the impact on trees. We have also sought to clarify that the agent had picked up on reference to light disturbance and the fact that the building isn't currently limited in terms of having lights, but the references were actually being made to other sources of light, like the car lights coming and going. So if you imagine at 6 o'clock in the morning, car lights coming in and out of the site, not just simply the building's own lighting, which also provides some disturbance. So in terms of material considerations, the key things are neighbouring amenity, noise and light, and overbearing potentially from the 3 metre high fence. So I forgot to list that on here. Character and appearance of the area, we feel that a 3 metre high boundary fence all around this site will be overbearing and out of keeping with the open character of the area. And also potentially impact on trees which haven't been assessed as part of the application. Concerns have been raised by residents in representations and by the local members about highways and traffic related issues. Those issues already exist, and the local highways authority hasn't raised any objections, so we're satisfied that wouldn't be a reason for refusal. So that brings me to the planning balance. And sorry, I'm being Toby.
Now, could you cover the amendment sheet as well when you
come into that? Yeah. So in terms of the planning balance, it obviously supports the local business, increases employment and related income that benefits spending in other local businesses, and it better meets customer demands and generates sales, benefiting the economy. But the reasons we've raised in terms of the issues we've identified: harm to the neighbouring amenity from noise and light, harm to the character and appearance of the area from the barrier, and there being no information about the impact on trees or how that barrier might be constructed. It's quite a bulky piece of kit, which will need, not foundations, but it's not just a little timber fence. We don't have those details. So, as Toby was just mentioning, I would ask members to know that we have circulated the amendment sheet, which includes an additional reason for refusal relating to the lack of detailed plans and supporting evidence for the acoustic barrier, which means it hasn't been fully possible to ascertain whether or not the noise mitigation can be achieved without adverse harm to neighbouring residential amenity, the character of the area and existing trees. The proposal is contrary to policies 1, 34, 35, 55, 56, 59 and 71 of the Cambridge Local Plan, Landscaping Developments SPD 2010 and Trees and Development Sites SPD 2009, MPF 2024 and the MPPG. So to conclude, officers are recommending refusal with an additional refusal reason set out in the amendment sheet. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Any questions or clarification, members, before we go to speakers? I don't see any hands. Just to one small question of clarification, Melissa. So you mentioned the 3 previous applications that were all refused. Those are, I'm presuming, material to this planning application in that they reinforce the recommendation you've given today. Is that correct?
Yes, they've all sought the same thing and have all been refused, albeit for slightly different wording of reasons, but in effect the same thing.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Top-Jones.
Yeah, just a clarification regarding the amendment sheet and paragraph 11.1 that's referenced there. It goes on to mention the 6 tests for planning conditions, and that would be quite helpful just to have a quick reminder of those.
Like you're on the spot now, Melissa.
Can I? Not great at quizzes. Reasonable, enforceable, implementable. I'm looking at our solicitor. I'm going to run out of steam halfway through.
necessary, reasonable,
necessary,
in all other
yeah.
respects, fair and reasonably related in scale and kind, I think. Yeah. Or is that's the planning obligation one?
Yeah.
We can pull them up, Councillor Todd Jones, if we wanted to kind of go through them in detail. But yeah, that's the broad outline.
I mean, it does seem
Right,
like
just
it's
hold
quite
on. So
critical.
just
Sorry,
not giggling
just
there,
to say
but
it's
just to be
quite
clear then.
critical.
So they are necessary, relevant to planning, relevant to the development to be permitted, enforceable, precise and reasonable in all other respects.
Thank you.
Councillor Todd Jones, back to you. Did you want to say something else?
Very helpful. It does seem rather critical in terms of this application.
Yes, indeed, yeah. Any more questions for clarification? No, in that case, we'll go to speakers. We can pick up any other things that occur to you in debate. So speakers are Richard Cross, firstly.
Councillors, good morning. My name is Richard Cross and I run Halo Hospitality Group Limited. I am a local business owner, a franchisee of McDonald's. And for clarity, I'm not an exec who's flown in from the US today. I live with my young family in North Hertfordshire. I run this restaurant and the restaurant at Ely Leisure Village that you may be familiar with. I became the franchisee of the Newmarket Road restaurant just 14 months ago. At this site, we employ 114 people. They all live and work in the Abbey area. Many of them, of course, are young workers in their first jobs. This application will help us to create and protect jobs. Hospitality is more squeezed by rising cost pressures than at any time in my working career, and I've worked in retail and hospitality for 20 plus years. Today, we actually have less people working in the restaurant than we did 12 months ago, and that's due to the pressures of increased costs that us and other hospitality businesses are facing. The application we've asked you to consider today is not for 24-hour trading, as is the case for our restaurant at Ely Leisure Village, in fact, but just one additional hour. We would not look to commence this before September this year, once the restaurant has reopened following a period of refurbishment. It is, I believe, a sensible, well-reasoned and carefully researched approach. As the planning officer has pointed out, we would only use the furthest speaker post of the two that are available. We can easily block a lane. We would increase the height of the fence around the neighbouring properties. We would turn the volume down on that speaker, which we can do, and it's easier for us to do at that time of day. And we will install a modern HVAC system, which is quieter. I see no impact on the trees as the existing fence is in place, so I don't see how there would be an impact on the trees as they stand. We would not allow any tradesmen, waste management services on site prior to 7 a.m. in the morning, as is currently the case. There's no need for us to do that. We have considered carefully how to mitigate the impacts on our neighbours, and I believe the steps outlined by my advisors and the recommendations of the noise impact assessment clearly demonstrate this. I will work closely with council and with the HO to meet any conditions that are set in regards to the fence, light and sound. It is not my interest to alienate our neighbours, but I do have a duty for my employees. I appeal to you to positively consider this application. We will work closely with the council, the HO and the community to ensure that there is little disruption. My sincere thanks to you all today for the opportunity to speak and for your time in supporting a local business. Many thanks.
Thank you, Richard. So we've also got Councillor Tong, who's a ward councillor in Abbey Ward, who's come to speak today about the item. Councillor Tong.
Good morning, everyone. Actually, might be, no, still morning. That's great. I firstly want to thank officers for all of their work on this report. I think it goes into a lot of depth about some of the issues with the application, and I completely support the recommendation of refusal, due to contravention of policy 35 of the local plan. I don't think placing the McDonald's in a very busy residential area on this very popular junction was ever a particularly good idea, and I think the current restrictions on trading hours helps to mitigate some of the downsides and harm to the local community and local amenities. I think one of the key things that I want to know and I want to emphasise is that trading beginning at 6 a.m. doesn't mean that disruption begins at 6 a.m. We're going to see a lot of employees arrive earlier, both to get ready for work and also to set up. So this extends noise and disruption into those early hours of the morning. And Naomi and I already get regular complaints about noise from residents who don't appreciate having a McDonald's in the local area. I really appreciate the fact that this McDonald's does provide a place for, especially young people, as the applicant has noted, to gain employment and gain experience. And I think that is really valuable. However, I think that when an operation like McDonald's is placed in such a residential space, it's really important that we protect measures like this, as in restrictions on trading hours, that make sure that residents' concerns are listened to too. So I'm glad to be here today just to reinforce what officers have said basically and say, from my experience as a ward councillor, it absolutely holds true. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so debate, members. maybe it's a straightforward item for you. Councillor Illingworth.
Well, yes, I mean, this is a balance, obviously, between employment and disturbance to neighbours. I would have thought that the applicant might have put all the mitigation that he's proposing to do, if he gets this planning permission, in place already, given what I've read in the paperwork. There are current issues which are unresolved. So I think I do agree with Councillor Tong that this application is not one that I want to support. Thank you.
Righto, okay, I'll encourage members to hold off if they can and wait to listen to the debate before they make their decision, but that's obviously your prerogative. Councillor Flöber, did you have your hand up? I didn't quite. Yes.
Yes, I did. Yes, as the rest of the members have said, it's actually kind of complicated because we have a duty to help youngsters to find jobs. It is quite difficult for them to find the first job. And we know that McDonald's and the fast food industry has a tendency to help youngsters. But saying this, I mean, I'm not so concerned with the problems of the lighting. However, the noise, it's very important that the applicant probably, if it comes back or this application is rejected today, work on that because it is in a residential area, and the proposal that they had is not convincing that the noise will be limited by just adding this 3-meter barrier, which, as the application says, would need an application itself to go forward. So that's all I can say at this point, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Councillor Todd Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just referring again to the amendment sheet. My biggest issue with this is, as referred to in the amendment sheet, is the lack of detail really regarding noise attenuation barrier. And that seems rather critical in terms of any proposal to be brought forward that I could support. So I don't know if the planning officer can say a little bit more about what is required in terms of the detail that's missing regarding the noise attenuation barrier, but that might be helpful.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. And at that stage, I mean, I agree with you and Councillor Flöber that we need perhaps more detail on this. And we do have the officer here, Environmental Health. So, Melissa, if you want to address that from Councillor Todd Jones and Councillor Flöber, and if you want to refer to the Environmental Health Officer, Greg, who's online as well, that might be useful. And also just cover off how the amendment sheet fits into all of this and the potential for a barrier which is not completely clear, I think, in terms of, needing planning permission, whether it would attenuate noise sufficiently, that sort of thing.
Thank you. So in terms of what would be required, like any planning application or even condition application, you would expect to see elevations, a proper site layout plan showing the exact route, not a blue, thick blue line on an aerial photograph. We would need to understand how that is going to be constructed, as I've mentioned in my presentation. My understanding from speaking to environmental health was that they are quite big structures because the height of it requires something that isn't going to catch the wind and fall over. Because there are trees both within the site and in the neighbouring properties, we'll want to make sure that those trees aren't harmed, and that is a policy requirement, and we do have the SPD. And because the site is so open and because of the residential properties, we feel that those trees actually provide a contribution in terms of the visual amenity of the area and what is quite a prominent location. So that we would need that as an absolute basic. We haven't had that. We would also potentially need some more information about the noise impacts, but I would refer to Greg Kearney, who's the Environmental Health Officer. They have changed the methodology at his recommendation. So they've followed the British standard approach, which comes out slightly different. My understanding is it comes out as showing it's significantly harmful, which would be contrary to the MPPF. I don't know if Greg wants to answer that. And then in terms of process, the applicant's agent has suggested that we would be able to deal with it because it's a Section 73 application seeking to amend the original permission. It's a permission in its own right, and so there is the potential that we could add condition or change the wording to require that scheme. Our issue is that we don't have any of those details, and for the reasons we've already said, there's too many unknowns. We don't know whether that would fully address the issues. We don't feel that it would address the planning issues in terms of the visual impacts, and a 3-metre high barrier alongside residential gardens, which are quite small, in particular nursery close, would be visually overbearing to those properties. You'd be adding in issues in terms of the overbearing visual impact from residential property as well as the noise harm. So we've suggested that it would be better if they wanted to go down that route to make a full planning application, which is what we reported in the report. But in either event, whichever route you took, we would still not support it on amenity grounds, whether or not it overcame the noise impact grounds. So, members would have to make up their own minds as to whether or not a 3-metre high barrier, so that's, you could think a normal garden fence plus half a game, pretty substantial. Does that answer all your questions? Have I missed anything, Councillor Smart?
I think that's fine for me as far as it goes, Melissa.
Okay.
I think, let's turn your microphone off, Melissa. I think what I'd say is, we may all have our own opinions as residents and members of the planning committee about noise, using takeaway food outlets, employment for local people, all those sorts of things. But in terms of noise especially, let's listen to what the experts have to say and the case officer in this, and not bring our own presumptions to it, particularly because I think the important thing is to listen to experts. So we do have Greg Kearney here. You've referred to him there. So that, Greg, you're able to comment on that question from Councillor Todd-Jones and more generally on the site, and especially on the amendment sheet as well. Greg?
Yep. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yeah, hi Greg. Yeah, Happy New Year. I can see you. If you could put
Yeah,
your
Happy New Year.
picture on screen. I don't know if we need to turn the planning balance thing off to do that.
Yeah. I
Hold
may
on,
turn
hold on, Greg. Just hold on. We'll just get your picture up as well.
Yeah.
You're okay your end, but it's just not come up for us. There we are. We got it. Okay. So go ahead.
Oh,
Greg.
there I am. Yeah. Yeah. I may turn my camera off because sometimes I've got issues with, broadband. Yeah. It's quite a complicated application, and operational noise is the key material planning consideration. We reviewed the initial noise assessment, which was pretty good. It's pretty comprehensive, robust. But we asked for various clarifications on the assessment methodology, and that came in, I think, just before Christmas, 17th of December, Melissa. I've been off on leave, so I've only managed to give a oral update. I haven't had time to give a written response. But they've reviewed the assessment in terms of our concerns, and there is 4 main areas of noise generation. The cars, as they move along the 2 access points to the drive-through. There's customers parking, banging doors. There's the intercom system when you order. It's amplified. And there's plant on the roof as well, which they've assessed all those key issues. To mitigate the traffic, when I say the traffic, I mean the drive-through as it moves down and on the north and down the eastern side, to reduce it to, without mitigation, is a significant adverse impact during those hours, 6 to 7. And to mitigate, they're proposing a 3-metre barrier along the whole northern boundary and the eastern boundary. You know, you're talking about 50 metres of barrier to the north, 65 approximately. I did a few checks. As Melissa said, these are substantial structures. At 3 metres, there's wind loading issues and they need very special foundation design. And Melissa's mentioned the other planning potential requirements for threes, whatever. The intercom system, they're proposing to reduce the volume. They've got different volume options. You know, I think it ranges from 18 down to 6. And they're saying, well, during the nighttime hours, we'll operate it at 6, which will reduce the noise levels, which may be acceptable. There's also the plant on the roof. They are proposing either replacement with quieter plant and or mitigation, such as acoustic attenuators. The reason why that is because 6 and 7 is the nighttime hours. So during the daytime, it's probably okay, but 6 to 7, it's noisier because the background noise levels are lower. So those are the three or four main mitigation measures they're proposing. But you know, I have to emphasise noise is complex, and for instance, the traffic. I mean, the vehicle movements, they're also proposing one of the lanes shouldn't be used, i.e. the lane closest to Nursery Court shouldn't be used, which could work. But there's so many uncertainties. And there's factors like they're predicting, I think, 53 cars are going to go in between 6 and 7. And you've got to account for potentially human behaviour. You know, I don't drive my car with a loud stereo system, but there is the potential that people will drive in with their music system, you know, quite loud. And it's very difficult to control that because, you know, what can McDonald's do? They can advise and put signs up, but it's very limited to account for that sort of behaviour. So that's another concern. And there's also as one council mentioned, staff will maybe potentially arrive earlier, you know, drop their kids off, banging doors. It's difficult to assess that with any certainty. So we have very concerns about this application. And even if we could conditions, you've mentioned the planning tests, is it enforceable? Are they probably reasonable? But I would need to consider very precise conditions, you know, to control all this. But I think there's wider concerns over noise, the barrier and the tree and the visual impact. So I think that's all I want to say, Chair. But I'm happy to answer any other questions for clarification or whatever. Hope that helps. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. That's very useful. Thank you very much. So, members, any further questions of officers before we go on? So, for me, I think back up what Greg said there. There's a few unknowns here that it's difficult to make a robust decision to go ahead with this proposal, I think, on that basis. And I'm concerned about the 3-metre boundary that's been proposed in the amendment sheet, of which we have limited detail in terms of its construction and its noise attenuation. By the way, 3 metres is about 10 foot, so 9.8. So that's quite a high fence and or wall, whatever it's going to be, would be. And, you know, the normal height of limited height of a front fence on a residential building would be 1 metre. So, you know, people are about just under 2 metres, you know, got a bit less than 2 metres, actually 1.5 to, depending. So it's quite a substantial screen. And as Greg said, to paraphrase, people are the problem. You don't know what they're going to do. So that's a factor too in all this science. So opening earlier. So I think the other thing is for me, I mean, planning about what things look like, it very much feels here like the car is dictating what the streetscape looks like. So we create an environment that's about vehicular movements, 'cause that's the problem here, isn't it, really, the challenge, and not about people. And what I'd like to see in Cambridge is a city that's designed around people. And I know that people want takeaway food and all of that, but it feels very much like we're not quite getting the right outcome here, in my opinion. But that's a minor issue. That's the main issue here is the science and what Greg has said about noise. And I think there's been mention of the light as well, I suppose, from essentially car headlights in the mornings with it being dark in winter. So if there's no more debate, I think we'll go to the recommendation. That wasn't me meant to be summing up, by the way. You have your own opinions, members. That's just my opinion, personally. So recommendation, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. That's on page 47 of the officer report. The recommendation is to refuse for the two reasons set out and with the additional reason for refusal that is on the amendment sheet.
Thank you, Toby. So the recommendation is refusal. All those in favour of that recommendation?
All six, Chair, support the recommendation.
So the item is refused. Thank you very much to officers, members and speakers. And should we have a couple of minutes break before we... Oh, actually, it's nearly lunchtime, isn't it? So do you want to stop for lunch? Only the next item will go way into lunchtime. Yeah, let's do that then. So it's, is it about 12 o'clock? Yeah, just 10 to. So if you come back at 12:35, please, members, for the next item, the last item of the day. Thanks. Okay, we're live, back after lunch. Next item is item 7, Jewish Synagogue, 3 Thompson's Lane. We've got speakers, I believe. So we've got a local resident statement published on the meeting webpage, not included in the public speaking time, da-di-da. Then we've got Professor Richard Fentiman, objector, David Adams, objector.
I think he's online, Chair.
Online. Yeah. And Graham Morrison, the applicant's representative. So the 2 speakers in objection are due to share the 3 minutes between them. One's online and one's here. Is that correct, James?
Yes, the 2 speakers do expect to share the 3 minutes, and I did advise the professor who's in the room that we will just pause the 3 minutes, so when one speaker stops, the other starts, so they get the full 3 minutes.
Thank you for that, James. The other thing to say is we've got a model in front here on the table of the proposed application building in wood, but not on a site, so you can have a look at that, and an example of a material for the proposed building also on the front table. So I think the best thing to do is we'll have the presentation and normally have questions of clarification, then we'll have a look at that before the debate anyway, when it seems the right time. So you can get up, have a wander around, touch it, feel it, and so on, and then we'll get on with debate after that. So if you're ready, Lawrence, to present the item, looks like you're not yet, but we will be nearly, and then we'll go on. Right, okay then, Lawrence, you've got it up on screen, so if you can present the item, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lawrence Moore, and today I'm presenting application reference 25/02888/FUL, which seeks full planning permission for the demolition of the existing synagogue and Jewish community facility and erection of a new synagogue and Jewish community facility, including parking spaces, new cycle storage, landscaping, and associated infrastructure works at 3 Thompson's Lane, Cambridge. The site location plan is shown on screen. And an aerial view of the site is shown on screen now.
Wait, hang on a minute, just go back. Have you got your laser pointer up? Just fiddle it around on the site there so everyone's clear where the site is on that. Yes.
So we've got the existing building here. We have Thompson's Lane here, Bridge Street here, and Portugal Place here.
Thanks, Lawrence.
A previous application was refused by Planning Committee in 2023, and an appeal hearing took place in 2024. The previous appeal scheme was dismissed, with the inspector's decision determining that the previous scheme would result in harm to neighbouring amenity of properties 25 and 26 Portugal Place by means of enclosure, and potential harm to trees stemming from a lack of submitted information. The inspector's decision and associated report are key material considerations for the assessment of this application and are included at Appendix 1 of the officer report. The officer report outlines how the applicant has overcome these previous reasons for refusal with a detailed analysis of the enclosure impacts on neighbouring residents. Since the determination of the previous appeal, the applicant has conducted an extensive consultation exercise with surrounding residents and property owners. Evidence of this consultation exercise, including responses from neighbouring residents, has been provided to the case officer prior to submission of the formal application. Alongside this, the applicant has engaged with the LPA via pre-application submissions, which enabled thorough involvement from council officers and consultees to assist in forming a suitable scheme. The appeal scheme, i.e. the previously refused scheme, is currently on screen here. That's the front elevation, and that is the rear elevation as viewed from Portugal Place. The existing site consists of the current Jewish synagogue and community facility. The existing building has fallen into a state of disrepair and is no longer appropriate for use by the local community. The existing building offers no positive influence over the character of the area, and its proposed demolition is considered acceptable. The proposed and existing site plans are shown on screen, existing on the left with the current building in place here, and the proposed site plan is on the right here. The application proposes the erection of a new and improved Jewish synagogue and community facility. The proposed development is larger than the existing building on site, however, avoids the complications associated with the previous appeal scheme by stepping the bulk of the development towards Thompson's Lane and away from neighbouring properties along Portugal Place to the rear. The development shall utilise a 2-storey height of 6.5 metres with essentially raised area of 7.9 metres. There are some indicative drawings shown on screen now. So just to go back, this would be the principal elevation as viewed from Thompson's Lane. This would be the south elevation as viewed from the St. Clement's churchyard. And some more indicative drawings there to gain a further understanding of the scheme in its surrounding context. The proposed building utilises a contemporary and unique design with curved elevations. The building's design is considered high quality and is suitably formed to the existing parameters of the site. Whilst a contemporary and unique style has been used, the development is not considered boastful or incongruent. The scheme is considered to be successfully integrated with the existing site, and the modern styling is considered appropriate for the varied context found along Thompson's Lane. The interesting and aesthetically pleasing design is considered to enhance the character of the site and the surrounding conservation area, removing a negative structure for the introduction of a positive and artistic design. Some further drawings shown on screen taken from the submitted daylight and impact assessment. We have the existing west elevation here and the proposed west elevation here, which would form the principal elevation as seen from Thompson's Lane. Existing east elevation and proposed east elevation. Existing north elevation and proposed north elevation. And the proposed south elevation. Due to the varied and mixed contrast of materials used within the built form in the surrounding street scene, the architects have advised that a landscape-derived approach has been utilised for the building's design. The applicant has proposed the use of green-hued slate, which is of a semi-green, semi-grey colour, with visible stone veins throughout. The colour is not too dissimilar from the green leaves of the olive trees found on site, unless wet, where a darker tone with stronger visibility of stone veins is revealed. There is a material sample here in front of you. The stone slabs are to be cut into large horizontal bands and are bespoke to this project. The large stone slabs are to be fitted so that little to no visible joining has taken place, allowing the resulting scheme to be perceived as a natural feature of singular stone tucked behind the existing and proposed vegetation. This approach has been supported by urban design and conservation officers, following site visits which confirm the acceptability of the materials use. The development seeks the incorporation of a green roof, which is considered to further enhance the aesthetic merits of the scheme as a landscape-derived feature which complements the existing vegetation which surrounds the site. Moving on to internal arrangements, the floor plan shown on screen shows the extent of the proposal at ground level. We have the existing ground floor plan on the left of the current building and the proposed ground floor plan, showing the extent of the single-storey level at 3.4 metres in height. The primary function of the ground floor is for the provision of a mixed-use space serving as the shul, hall, and study space. The ground floor also includes a kitchen, several toilets, and a lift, all of which are situated to the west of the site, keeping all features of excessive weight away from any root protection zones of important trees situated to the north, here, and south of the development, here. The floor plan on screen shows the extent of the first floor. The space has been divided to allow for further mixed-use space, quiet study space, and a garden room, alongside amenities such as toilets, storage, and a kitchenette. The garden room shall have an openable roof form. This is to allow for the celebration of the Sukkot festival, a Jewish festival held under a temporary structure. Currently, the festival is celebrated outside, to the rear of the building on site, adjacent to Portugal Place residencies. The proposed use of a garden room with an openable roof form is considered a suitable approach for ensuring the religious needs of the Jewish community can be accommodated in a modern way. The roof form is subject to conditions to ensure it cannot be opened outside the hours of 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. unless the Sukkot festival is occurring. The use of amplified sound or instruments such as drum kits will be strictly prohibited by condition whenever the roof form is open. Whilst the openable roof form may result in some noise impacts outside of the site, it is important to note the current state of affairs, which allow the festival to take place outside with no regulations on the use of amplified sound. It is considered that the proposed development, through the use of the garden room for the Sukkot, would improve the noise situation on site with regards to neighbour amenity impact. On screen, on the left, we have the proposed basement, which shall be used for accommodating the necessary plant associated with the scheme. This may take the form of a ground source heat pump or air source heat pumps, both of which have been considered within the submitted noise impact assessment. The proposed roof plan, shown on the right, shows the use of a green/biodiverse roof system alongside the retractable roof. Please note the absence of plant from the roof and the submitted noise impact assessment, which prevents the ability to situate plant externally in the interest of protecting residential amenity from noise impact. Concerns have been raised from neighbouring occupiers with regards to enclosure. The site sections shown on screen express the relationship between the proposed development and its surrounding context. We have the one of the east to west sections here, another east to west section here, apologies for the labelling below, the north-south section, the final north-south section. Some indicative drawings in the form of a proximity study were provided by the applicant and have been included here to assist in understanding the relationship of the proposed building with residential properties along Portugal Place. The image on the right includes a blue dashed line. This identifies the extent of the built form associated with the current building on site, and which shows the proximity of the current building to neighbouring properties along Portugal Place. As outlined within the officer report, the scheme is not considered to allow for any adverse harm to residential amenity by means of enclosure. Further indicative drawings have been provided to address concerns from neighbouring occupiers with regards to light spill. The Environmental Health Officer has advised with informal comments, that mitigation measures such as curtains can usually overcome the concerns with light spill. The applicant has proposed the use of an automated blackout blind system, which shall lower blackout blinds when external light levels drop to a certain level. A condition has been used to secure these details prior to the first use of the development. Concerns have been raised from neighbouring occupiers with regards to the proposed bin store, its proximity to windows of an adjacent adult educational facility. The proposed refuse store here is situated internally and will be approximately 1.8 metres from the site boundary and is not considered to allow for any adverse impacts on neighbouring occupiers. The proposed refuse store is considered an improvement on the current scenario, which allows for a large externally situated bin store to the rear of the site. The development is not considered to allow for any adverse impacts on wildlife following the provision of a preliminary ecological assessment and a bat roost assessment, and the applicant has confirmed that off-site BNG credits shall be sought. The applicant has provided an arboricultural technical note, which outlines the approach to be undertaken to avoid harm to trees. The applicant has sought to reuse the existing foundations of the current building where possible to avoid the need to dig down towards the rear of the site where trees of importance are located. To note, the trees of importance are here to the north and here to the south, situated off-site. Furthermore, all elements of excessive weight, such as kitchens, lifts, and toilets, are situated to the west of the site to prevent adverse impacts on the roots of the protected trees adjacent to the site. The council's tree team have given their support for the proposed development, subject to conditions requiring the submission of an arboricultural impact assessment and tree protection plan prior to demolition of the current building. The applicant has advised that the building shall be BREEAM excellent, which is welcomed in support of our sustainability policies. In conclusion, the proposed development would allow for a new and improved facility for the local Jewish community to replace a building of disrepair. The development would allow for a high-quality, unique design which positively impacts the conservation area and avoids harm to listed buildings. The applicant has suitably addressed the previous reasons for refusal, including trees and enclosure, whilst ensuring a BREEAM excellent development can be provided. The officer recommendation is to approve this application subject to the conditions outlined within the officer report and subsequent amendment sheet. The committee are reminded to pay reference to the Equalities Act during any determination made today. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Lawrence. That was very clear. Thanks. Questions of clarification, if not clear? Anybody? Okay. Yes, Councillor.
Just on the heating.
Oh, sorry, Flaubert first. Councillor Flaubert first.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions here. So at the end of your presentation, you said that we must have into consideration the Equality Act. I think that is, with all my, I think that is irrelevant here because we just had a couple of applications from other churches, and we don't have to have into consideration, I believe, in any application. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. We haven't heard that, Chair, that we have to have Equality Act into consideration when we have an application put forward in this chamber before?
It's a fair question, yeah. Do you want to enlighten us, Lawrence, or maybe refer to Toby if need be?
First of all, the Equalities Act is legislation. It's material consideration in any assessment. Given
Hang on a minute, do you want to turn your microphone off, please, Councillor Flaubert? Thanks.
Given the sort of extent of the question, I may defer to Council's legal officer and Toby just for maybe some further guidance, but it is a material consideration, and reference must be paid to it in any assessment.
Officers? You're discussing, I believe. Yeah, adjourn 2 minutes. Just stay with
Afternoon, members. Yep, and sorry about that. Just brief interlude there.
Just introduce yourself.
I'm Richard Pitt. I'm the legal advisor to this committee. Not cutting across what the case officer has said, there is a public sector equality duty, and that sits with every local authority to be conscious of when dealing with the sort of day-to-day administrative business of the council. In terms of material planning considerations, it is not a material planning consideration because any applicant can apply for anything, anywhere, theoretically. So members shouldn't take any kind of religious aspect on board or non-religious aspect on board. So I think members just need to be careful about if they are giving reasons that are kind of weighting the application in terms of their own kind of religious views and things like that, when they're making any sort of declarations on this one. But there is, certain classes of individuals are protected under equalities, as we know, gypsy travellers, things like that. There are specific policies that differentiate those groups from others in the planning sense, but that they are not at play here. So I hope that hasn't caused confusion, any further confusion, but happy to answer any sort of specific questions on that.
Thank you, Richard. And just say, let's not get ourselves in a pickle here. We're a city of sanctuary. We're welcome to all. And we have to, as we said earlier, I think another member in the planning committee said earlier, we will consider each planning application on its planning merits. Councillor Flaubert.
Thank you very much for that clarification. I really appreciate that. So I have two further questions, Chair, if I may. So my other question is, in terms of the closure of, I think it was Portugal Place, have the officers taken into consideration both the impact of these closures? So for how long will be these roads closed? And the other question, can I ask the other question?
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
So in terms of the height and the quality, I wonder if we have substituted the contextual compatibility of, the design and then the context where is actually this new building going to be?
Lawrence. So the first question was, I believe, due to sort of road closures and impact. Is that correct? There's a transport management plan condition applied. So, those sort of matters are going to be dealt with at a condition stage, including deliveries and what have you. We've also got the standard conditions there with regards to demolition and construction deliveries. So, yes, it has been considered by both the Highway Authority, who have recommended that transport management plan condition, which is condition 4 for reference. And then, we have our sort of standard conditions with regards to demolition and construction vehicles and what time they can enter and exit the site, which I'm happy to find the condition number for you now. Condition 14. So I hope that answers your question, Councillor.
There was a second question. Councillor Flaubert, you put your hand up.
Not really. I think usually you provide this information, the impact, which we actually never go through. But I would like to know for how long this closure is going to be, because then the impact will be different. It's not the same when a closure is for 3 days that it's for a week or 2 weeks. So I refer to this. I'm sorry if I cannot explain myself properly.
No, I understand. Yep. Is there a clear answer or not?
I'm not aware how long the construction period is going to be. But, as I've said before, that traffic management plan, which will, in essence, be related to any road closures associated with the development, will have to be discharged with input from the local highway authority. So it is something to be dealt with at condition stage. demolition construction period will be temporary, but I don't have an answer with regards to timeframes, unfortunately.
Right, okay, members, we can only clarify what we can clarify, so it sounds like that's it for the time being. Oh yes, Lawrence.
And if I could just ask the councillor to repeat her second question.
Yes, second question. Councillor Flaubert, was there a second question? Or?
Sorry, it was about the context, the compatibility, the contextual compatibility, and the quality design. I mean, how do you balance these two?
Lawrence?
So I think the question was associated with how we're sort of assessing the design and its impact on its context. With regards to the design, I mean, I think the submitted drawings are quite self-explanatory to it being quite an interesting and artistic-led approach to the design of the building. We have had conservation officers and urban design officers attend site visits and meeting both at pre-app stage and throughout the course of this application. And myself, urban design and conservation colleagues all believe it's an enhancement on the current design, which is not a positive influence. It doesn't make a positive contribution to the street scene or surrounding area, whereas the proposed design is considered to hold a significant amount of architectural merit. Does that answer your question, Councillor? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And just to say, obviously at 6.5, there's the urban design and conservation team notes at 6.6 after that. So we're still on questions of clarification. Councillor Illingworth.
Just on the proposed heating, is it going to be a condition that they use a heat pump system, or could they suddenly change their mind and go for gas or an oil system? That's the first one. Just on you said the noisy celebrations currently in the current building are not controlled. Are they not licensable events and therefore controlled by the licensing system?
Right, two questions there then. Thanks, Councillor. Lawrence?
So yes, with regards to the plant, they are, you are owing to sort of them switching to using gas or something rather than ground source heat pumps or an air source heat pump. So the applicant is subject to, let me just find the condition for you. So we do have condition 19, which is for plant equipment and plant room details. The applicant has advised that they are going for either ground source heat pumps or air source heat pumps, and that will be determined at condition stage once detailed designs emerge. With regards to any sustainability credentials, the applicant is seeking to reach BREEAM Excellent, and we have further conditions requiring certification to be provided that the building is sort of meeting that criteria. So I hope that answers your first question. With regards to noise regulation, yes, there are, of course, in the environmental health team outside of planning who would deal with noise complaints outside of a planning restriction. But the point we're trying to make here is that the current site in planning terms is generating a noise impact from the situation of religious activities outside, directly adjacent to residential properties, whereas the proposals bring that inside. Furthermore, the planning conditions outlined will prevent the use of amplified sound or instruments such as drum kits when the roof form is open, basically containing all sound within the building. So, those measures can be used on site now, but when the final scheme is constructed, they will only be allowed to use them when the roof form is closed, whereas currently, in planning terms, they could play amplified sound outside right now if they wanted to. So this in the view of myself and the applicant, and it's going to be an improvement on the current scenario by bringing those religious festivals internally, and also allowing for agreed restrictions to be imposed on the use of amplified sound. So yes, there are provisions in place external to the planning department to deal with noise regulation and noise abatement, but in planning terms, the conditions to be used here will allow for a planning control over the noise, any noise issues that may potentially arise. I hope that answers your question, Councillor. Thank you.
Right. Looks like you're content with that, Councillor Illingworth, nodding. So we can pick some of that up later in debate, by the way, because I've got some things on that, but I won't do it now. Is there any other questions of clarification? I just one small thing from me. So on the previous application, which was refused and then kicked back as well, appeal, we had a site visit, which was very useful in that particular instance. We didn't have a site visit this time. I presume that was because you felt it wasn't necessary. I mean, I know I could have asked for it myself, but because of the recommendation and so on. Is that the case?
Yeah, through discussions with management here, we felt that a site visit wasn't required. As you said, none was requested, but we just felt that given the history of the site and the inspector's clear notes, especially with regards to enclosure, which would seem to be the primary issue of the previous application, that the inspector has practically set an envelope with regards to from their comments on enclosure, and it didn't feel necessary to have a site visit.
Yep, I accept that. Okay, Councillor Illingworth.
Yes, you mentioned that no site visit was requested. Is that something we as individual planning committee members can request?
I'll defer to Toby on that, but I believe that is correct.
Yes, if you want to request one, you can.
Yeah, so when planning items are, when the agenda is decided, normally about a week before a meeting, when you get the notification by email from Democratic Services Centre, don't they? Yeah, you can look at the planning items. If you think any particular item should have a site visit, you can request it. I can't guarantee you'll get it, but you can request it, and we'll look at whether it needs a site visit. And that would normally be at that planning slot on Monday morning, around about 11ish, I think. We normally go then, so that's the idea. But yeah, if any of you feel that a site visit is necessary for this item, which of course it's on the table right now for consideration, you can always defer the item on that basis if you feel very strongly about that. I don't. I feel content to consider the item that we've got in front of us without a site visit, but that's your prerogative to decide whether you want to propose, second, and vote on that. That's always there for more information about an item, right? So at this stage, I think no more questions, clarifications, so we'll have speakers. So first up, we got Richard and David. Who are you at the back? Are you Richard? Yeah, hello, Richard. We've got David online, so I guess if you start then, Richard, 3 minutes between you, and we'll stop the clock between the two of you when you're ready.
Thank you. I'm speaking as a resident of Portugal Place and also on behalf of my neighbours. Our concerns appear fully in our written objections, but I wish to emphasise two matters now. First, our view is that the design will indeed enclose and dominate the adjacent properties, in particular numbers 27, 28 and 29, Portugal Place, and lead to a material loss of amenity. It may be correct that those properties suffered no such detriment in the previous design, in which the building stood slightly closer to Portugal Place, but reference to the previous design is surely irrelevant, since it proposed a pitched roof, which is quite unlike the vertical upper story which is now proposed. It is the impact of the new design that is important for this committee. Our second point is that in important ways, the committee is being asked to approve a design, the actual appearance and performance of which is unpredictable and insignificant and not merely incidental ways, which concern key planning considerations, especially amenity and conservation impact. Thus, it is uncertain what the actual appearance of the intended green slate facing will be, as is the operation of the automated blackout system. Again, it is a matter of pure conjecture what the appearance, viability, and long-term performance of the planted roof will be. In effect, the committee is being invited to sign a blank cheque.
Thank you, Richard. And David?
Hi there. I represent the clients for 5 Thompson's Lane. There's about 3 points I wish to make. It's not the Cambridge School for the Visual and Performing Arts and hasn't been for 18 months. It is a postgraduate study centre. 5 Thompson's Lane in the application has been shown incorrectly. Construction's been underway for the last 12 months. And it's soon to complete, going to be complete in about four months or so. There are now, rather than the entrance area, which is sort of shown in the 3D model, you can see that on the visuals on slides 7 and 9 of Lawrence's pack. Rather than that being the entrance space, it's now got an office space, internal occupied office space that's directly facing the synagogue site, which is obviously of some concern and therefore directly facing the bin store. There hasn't been any daylight consideration. You wouldn't do that, obviously, for a main entrance.
Hey, just hold on a minute, David. Sorry, we'll stop the clock.
Yeah.
But I've got a note here to say that you wanted to show visual images, so we haven't been seeing those. Did you want us to see those while you're speaking?
I was under the impression that they'd be shown, well, I wasn't actually clear whether or not they would be shown. No one had told me whether or not they were going to be shown or not.
Right, visual images.
If I can share them, I've got them.
Hold on, let me speak. Are they in the public domain? Lawrence.
They're not on the application file, but they have been provided to us via email within the last sort of week or so, I think.
They would need to be uploaded to the planning portal. If they're not there, then they're not considered in the public domain, I believe. Unless the planning delivery manager wants to make an exception, but normally we don't.
Right, so the bottom line on all of that, David, is there's, in order to show images in this meeting, they have to have already been in the public domain. They've not been there, so we can't show them. So if you just we've stopped the clock, you carry on speaking without the images, and we'll listen to what you've got to say. Thanks.
30 seconds left.
Super, thank you. So the other point is, instead of an entrance space, there's an internal office space that hasn't been realistically considered and hasn't been demonstrated to have been considered in the proposals, and therefore no daylight assumption either, or no daylight study has been carried out on this space, which we have a problem with. And that's, I think that's it.
Right, thanks very much. That's clear. Thank you very much, David and Richard. Right, next speaker is Graham for the applicants. Graham, you're here. Hello. Yeah, if you want to move along or whatever. Thank you very much, Richard. So, Graham, yeah, if you press the button on the right-hand side of your thingy in front of you, it will light up red. You've got 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, this application for the Cambridge University Jewish Society's community building has benefited from the lengthy planning history that preceded it. That and a dismissed appeal provided a clear map of the critical issues, most notably the impact of foundation construction on the mature trees in St Clement's churchyard and the outlook from the rear windows of the terraced houses in Portugal Place. That detailed planning history gave us the confidence to take a bold architectural approach, and we're proposing quite a sculptural building, a stone-faced, continuously curvilinear composition without a single right angle in its external plan. Using a subtly green Broughton Moor slate, the design employs a discrete palette of materials, providing the composition with a calm and recessive dignity intended to both signal the building's community identity and sit well within its quiet but significant context. The composition responds to 3 quite different but very particular views. From Thompson's Lane, the form establishes a discrete authority over its front space and mediates between its 2 very different neighbours, the listed Old Vicarage and the former Cambridge School of Visual and Performing Arts. From the rear windows of Portugal Place, the stone layers separate and set back to provide carefully planted terraces, forming a natural panorama that softens the outlook and responds to the seasons. And from St Clement's churchyard, the light falling on the soft green hues of the stone's layered curves form a subordinate stone backdrop to the protected trees and cemetery, offering, we hope, a gentle adjacency for the neighbouring religious sites. The choice of this stone is highly sustainable. It's durable, easily worked to achieve the varied curvature of the facade. Its narrow vertical joints emphasise its almost carved appearance, and its more pronounced horizontal joints make each layer quite distinct. The building will exceed current sustainability targets, harvest its rainwater for reuse, achieve a BREEAM excellent rating, and significantly increase the biodiversity on this urban site. Throughout the design process, we maintain close contact with the residents of Portugal Place and the adjacent vicarage, sharing all our design information, including a 3D model, demonstrating our adherence to the planning inspector's advice. Protecting their interests, the building will be acoustically sealed. There'll be neither overlooking nor light spill, and after a careful review of every neighbouring window, I'm confident there will be no significant loss of light. Rather, I believe, the outlook will be improved. Our hope is that this will be a building that's sensitive to its special qualities of its local context, worthy for what it provides for its lively and enthusiastic community, and justified in a modest pride in finding a form and character.
No, that's the end of your 3 minutes. Just finish off what you're saying.
Contributing meaningfully to the rich architectural history of the city of Cambridge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the speakers.
Sorry I ran over.
Yeah, don't worry, it's all right. It always happens. Well, it doesn't always happen. It sometimes happens. So just before we get into debate then, let's have a couple of minutes to look at this sort of model and the material here. And don't discuss the item while you're walking around with one another or with the applicant or anyone else, because we're in the middle of an item. Right, I think we're ready for debate then. And Lawrence did mention the amendment sheet, but just to say that on the amendment sheet, it does say about the change of use of the building that one of the speakers alluded to, and it currently being a construction site, I believe. So you might want to check that if you need to, or you can obviously ask Lawrence, obviously. So, debate. Councillor Flaubert.
I agree with the officers that this design is beautiful. I like very much the material is very good. with my lack of knowledge of materials, but I could say that it's very good quality. However, it differs very, very much with the historical core of this area, I would say. And the scale of the building is massive. It will be visible from, I don't know, from the whole neighborhood and beyond. So I don't know, that is a concern, perhaps, not very important. But my main concern with this item is the residential, the loss of residential amenity, the closure of Portugal Place. I think that is unresolved. I also believe that there is the noise is not adequately resolved either. The open roof, it hasn't been substantially been assessed, in my opinion, because it's unpredictable. Noise is unpredictable, and I think that if you're going to have the open roof plus the garden, that will make a difference for people when they are resting at home. It's not to say that the building needs changing, that it's not suitable for the applicants. I understand that needs to be changed, but I believe that it's very big in scale, and it will make a difference for the residents, and that we will not be supporting, or this committee will be not supporting section 66 and 72 of the planning plan. For me, it's mainly the noise, the open roof that is unresolved. The plant and the serving activities, it's very difficult to predict how that is going to be for the residents living in that area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Quite a few points there. I'd normally collect up points from members and then go to Lawrence, but I'm inclined to go straight to Lawrence and get some responses to those points. Some of them were thoughts rather than questions, but maybe some responses might be useful at this stage, Lawrence.
I'll go in order. First point was concerns regarding the use of the material within the historic core. First of all, I'd like to start with conservation officers and urban design officers have given their full support for the use of this material on site. That has included site visits with this very same stone slab on site, and they have no concerns with the use of this material. Furthermore, the context of the street scene has a very varied material palette, everything from a sort of Cambridge white to a more a darker toned brick, and it's a very mix and match of materials down Thompson's Lane. And when you take that into account with the backdrop of Portugal Place, the slate roof forms of Portugal Place properties, the proposed material sits comfortably within that context. In my view, the conservation officer's view, and the urban design officer's view. With regards to the scale, again, urban design and conservation officers have not objected to the proposals. They feel the scale is appropriate for the character of the conservation area. There is no harm to adjacent listed buildings, despite the scheme being within setting of 2 listed buildings. There is no harm there. And it's really important to note that on the same street, only in between the Discovery House next door and the application site, so you have the application site, and then north of the application site is the former CVSPA and the now Discovery House. North of that is a 3.5-story building, which is much, much taller than the current proposals. So in terms of that street scene impact or the impact on the context in terms of scale, it is seen as entirely appropriate at the approximately 7 metre tall I've outlined earlier. Now, with regards to noise, I believe the points raised with that, not enough had been done with regards to this noise impact. Now, we had a noise impact assessment submitted, which has been reviewed by the Council's Environmental Health Officer, who has provided conditions to sort of help mediate any further impacts from the scheme. But it's really important to note that if, for example, this scheme were refused, the noise impacts on site would be outside. They would be, you know, any religious celebrations, any gatherings, you know, associated with the site currently take place outside, currently take place adjacent to residential properties externally. And by the creation of the garden room, they are then able to have those celebrations inside. And yes, the roof form will open, but when that roof form is open, no amplified sound can be used, no drum kits, and thus it is considered that the noise impacts will be reduced by the current scheme when compared with what is currently on site, which allows for unregulated use of the outdoor elements, whereas here it is bringing all plant inside, it's bringing all activities inside, which is considered to be an improvement. So I hope that does provide some clarification on your concern, Councillor.
Thank you for that. Were all your points answered then, Councillor Floberg? Did you want?
I can come back when the rest of the members speak.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Councillor. And I appreciate your points. They're very pertinent, and you are the decision maker here. The recommendation comes from Lawrence, obviously, but we are the decision makers, so we need to debate these fully and openly, and etc. Yeah. So I think you were next, Councillor Griffin. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I'm going to make some remarks, and Chair, feel free to stop me if you feel they're inappropriate. I'd just like to think that, you know, often applicants and developers get very disappointed when things are rejected. As I know, you know, that happened a few years ago with this applicant, and but to me, this is a really good case of how planning works well. You know, there were some real issues with that initial plan. Feedback was positive, I think. There were a lot of positive feedback. The applicants went back to the drawing board and worked with officers, worked with neighbors, worked with other people, and they've come back with what I think is an excellent proposal. This is a really good example of why we do this planning. Why does this committee exist? And I think we now have a proposal before us that's a huge improvement over the one we saw a few years ago. So those are my comments.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor. I mean, obviously it's the item on the table we're considering here today, not the performance of the planning committee, but thank you anyway. Councillor Todd Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, regarding Councillor Griffin's comments, not appropriate at all. I totally agree. I think this is a good example of how a robust planning system, including the previous history of refusals and then the reconsideration of his application to meet those concerns. I think it shows how the planning process can really work successfully. I think it's exciting design. There are some concerns regarding the impact. I think it was on Discovery House, the daylight analysis, and also obviously has been referred to by Councillor Florbert regarding the noise impact. So I suppose the many concerns that have been alluded to is regarding the strengths and conditions referred to in the amendment sheet, and that we're totally satisfied that they will cover any issues that might arise. I know from past experience sometimes there have been issues with planning compliance in terms of making sure that conditions are adhered to, and I just hope that that will be the case were there to be any issues raised with this application. But subject to that, and I don't know if the planning officer wants to comment on that, I'd be happy to support this application.
Okay, right. Councillor Illingworth.
Yes, one of the objectors, I think from Portugal Place, referred to the green roof, or the green roofs, and I think was suggesting they may not be properly maintained. Could you just comment on the sustainability or the longevity of a green roof? Thank you.
Right, just a single point there, but you do that now, Lawrence, and I'll ask some questions as well.
My recommendation has outlined a condition for the submission of details for that green roof, both with regards to its makeup and the depths of substrates and what have you that will go into creating the green roof in the first instance, which will be required prior to construction of the scheme. So before anything else goes onto site, we will have full details of making sure that green roof system works. It's a condition we use usually for much larger schemes. Usually it's on a single-story extension, it would just be a standard, you will do a green roof, and it will be in compliance with X, Y, and Z. But in this case, we have asked, because of the sheer scale of the green roof that's going in, to have those details provided prior to construction. That submission will need to include maintenance details for the longevity of that roof system. Conventionally, green roof systems have a much longer lifespan than a standard flat roof, given its living system with rainwater harvesting, whereas a standard flat roof system can sort of lead to leaks and damages from pooling of water on top. In this case, I see no issue with the green roof coming forward. The maintenance program that will come forward as part of that condition will ensure the longevity of the green roof and make sure that it's maintained at a degree which does not impose any adverse impacts on residents on any elevation. I hope that answers your question, Councillor.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, so, sorry, Councillor Howard.
Yeah, thanks. I think I share comments of two of my colleagues that there's definitely been an improvement from compared to the previous application. I know we're considering this on its own right, but my understanding is that the reasons for refusal before are relevant, and one of the key reasons was that it was very much larger, especially at the Portugal Place end, and that has been addressed, as far as I can see, to the extent that, as the officer pointed out, the building now is actually further away from Portugal Place in most elevations than the current. I think that is to be welcomed and hopefully goes some way to mitigate residents' concerns. This might be a personal preference, but I actually have a concern about the colour. Actually, looking at page 43, I sort of really liked it. And I know this isn't not about aesthetics, but it is relevant to the setting, as Councillor Flaubert has brought out. Page 43 on the drawings pack. Actually, having it all in green, or green-grey, like that, in addition to the green roof, in addition to trying to blend into the trees, for me, makes it feel a bit incongruous. So maybe the architects wants to consider a bit of a mixture to blend into the nearby buildings, because just having this big green-grey building suddenly jump out, for me, looks a bit out of place. But if it was more mixed stone selection, slate selection, then I think I would welcome it more. I don't know whether we can do that by condition, right? Surfaces and colours, I believe. That has been done before, but whether the committee agrees with me or not, I don't know.
Ubi, you want to say something?
There is a condition, Chair, on the permission for material samples, and obviously, within any kind of quarry, you're going to get kind of different samples come out. We can take those concerns on board and discuss them with the architects if members were minded to support the proposal in terms of the final mix of materials and their effect. But you should gain some assurance that there's been a collection of officers, conservation officers, and design officers, planning officers, lugging this bit of slate down Thompson's Lane, putting it on the site, looking at it from afar, splashing water on it to try and understand how it might look. And obviously, if it's laid in a kind of curved fashion, you're going to get shadow, and also you're going to get variation because of the seams that run through the slate as well, in terms of the effect which comes out when the material is wet, as I understand it. But we can take those concerns on board, I'm sure.
Thank you, Toby. Did you want to respond to those comments at all, Lawrence, in terms of what you think the architects might be trying to achieve, or what you have a comment on?
With regards to materials? Just from...
Well, the member said that he thought it shouldn't be all green, or possibly meant grey as well, green-grey.
So, given the context of the site already being quite green, and you know, this rather sort of grey landscape that's already presented, that mix of green and grey on site, it did give conservation officers and urban design, it gave them an indication that this would be acceptable. We in fact kind of lent up the wood that this came with a top panel, and it's very similar to a sort of Cambridge white appearance. I think you'd agree that tone of wood there, and that looks very, very stark on site. And in its context, we believe that this material will look very aesthetically pleasing. It's bespokely chosen from a quarry. It's going to be bespokely cut for this scheme. And we think all those components together promote high quality. And given the very, very mixed context down Thompson's Lane with regards to material palette, there's a degree of acceptance for further variation. But in this case, it will sit quite comfortably between the dark hued greys of the current landscaping and the greens of the existing vegetation, and then of course the proposed vegetation coming forward, including the green roof. So I hope that provides some clarification, but in my view, the stone will look very aesthetically pleasing. It will, the designs with that material will enhance the character of the area and of the site. And conservation and officers and urban design officers have supported the use of the material. There is a condition requiring submission of details for materials prior to construction. So this application won't necessarily be approving this specific stone. The applicant will have to demonstrate at condition stage that this stone on that larger scale is going to be acceptable. But from the sort of images in the plans pack, you can kind of see how, you know, it's an indication to how that would be represented. Sorry, yeah, go on. Yeah, thank you.
You're speaking too much. We need to speak, don't we? We're the decision makers here. It's a good point, Councillor Howard, you make. And the point I thought you might have said it, but the architect isn't here to defend themselves, nor is the applicant, because we don't interrogate them at this stage. But of course, it's already been said that it was meant to present a sort of sculptural look. So obviously sculpture is traditionally made from one material, not from lots of different bits and bobs put together. So, but I appreciate your point, and looking at the streetscape on that road, I could see that it could look as if one sort of big block of material, and I don't accept that the green-grey slate in any way is the same thing as green trees or bushes or anything like that. They're completely different things. But I think when, I'm speaking now, so I have some questions as well. So I think the interesting thing as well is that what hasn't been mentioned is that the curvilinear nature of the proposal does echo the new building to its left as you look from the street. I think it was a student accommodation block which has a curved end there. I think that was a cross-laminated timber building actually, but somehow they decided to do that and then have a curved end. And that will fit with it quite well. That's just one small part of the streetscape, I guess, but that does seem to fit. But other than that, I think your point about the colour of it in the street is pertinent, because most of the rest of the street is pretty much brick, really, along that street, so it will look different. But That leads me on to my main point, which I think is interesting how, contemporary architecture does have a place in a modern urban streetscape, and this is that. And especially more difficult to achieve successfully when there are heritage assets around, which there are lots of in Cambridge. And it's been said by our expert officers, urban design and conservation, that this scheme fits well in that, although I appreciate that not everyone on the committee has spoken in favour of it. And it's interesting also, even those that have spoken against the item have not criticised the urbanity of that modern intervention, which does seem to be supported. And a few years ago, that wouldn't necessarily be the case. People were quite critical of modern architecture, but it seems these days it seems to be far more accepted. So I've got a few sort of more detailed points after that. And just to say, I do like the look of it, as some have said. I think it's an expertly designed piece of architecture. It's just a question of whether it fits okay in the sites and it works okay. So on the detail, so the air source heat pump stroke ground source heat pump, I was surprised to see that in the basement. So I'm not quite sure whether air source is going to work in the basement. Is that going to be a thing? Is it going to work? We've asked about that already. We said there was a condition, but I don't know whether that condition is going to definitely mean we do have air source or ground source. I presume it probably will be one or the other, because if the BREEAM Excellent is going to be a thing, then we're probably going to need that to get it, but I don't know if the BREEAM Excellent is conditioned. I'm just trying to bottom out here what we're definitely getting and what's sort of been said, what the architects have said they'd like to do. So just to be clear on that. The other thing was one of the speakers spoke about slides being shown incorrectly, slides 7 and 9, about the daylight and sunlight on number 5 Thompson's Lane. So is there anything you want to add about that? I know there's the amendment sheet on that, does mention it, but anything you want to say about that, Lawrence? And finally, on the festival, I wasn't entirely clear about all of that, but if there's going to be a festival, is that going to fit with local residents and any disruption for them around the edge? And I wasn't quite clear whether it was outside or inside, but if it's outside on the roof, is that the idea? But if it's outside, does that mean that local residents' bedrooms are going to be sort of facing onto this festival? And if there is a festival, would they need to apply to our events section for permission to run a festival, or because it's on their site, not on an open space? Maybe that's just allowed anyway because it's their land. But normally if we had something on open spaces, then we've got a whole process where you apply for permission for that. So a bit more clarity on that might be good, because I feel that could be quite important for local residents. Thank you.
Starting with regards to the plant, we do have, as I said earlier, we do have conditions for the submission of plant details. We have the noise impact assessment, which directly mentions the air source heat pumps and ground source heat pumps to be situated internally. I believe the basement is to be well ventilated to allow, its use for air source heat pumps and ground source heat pump. As required, obviously, that decision will be taken at the detailed stage once the detailed designs are complete. If the applicant were to, for example, decide they want to start putting stuff outside, they would have to revisit with a Section 73, which means, that application could be called back to committee for that matter to be discussed at that point. With regards to, yes, the BREEAM Excellent rating, that is sought, and we have conditions with regards to certifications to be provided to that effect. The daylight sunlight impact on the building to the north, it's a commercial building, it's an adult educational facility, so whilst the name has changed, the use retains the same, so the assessment, in my view, is the same. I actually approved that extension to the north, so I am aware of it. Yes, it wasn't originally shown in the applicant's drawings, but that didn't alter my assessment. Now, finally, with regards to festivals and disruption, sorry if I wasn't clear enough earlier. The festival already takes place on site. It's a religious festival called the Sukkot. I believe it lasts about a week to 2 weeks. It's usually celebrated under a temporary roof form. In this case, they erect leaves towards the rear of the site, so they currently use their own site, but they use it externally. The proposals seek to bring that inside within the proposed garden room at first floor. Now, to retain that religious emphasis of the temporary roof structure, which is very, pertinent to the festival of the Sukkot itself, that's what that retractable, openable roof form is for. The retractable, openable roof form is only for the garden room, and would enable a more modern approach to that celebration to take place, but it would be situated internally. And with regards to noise and disruption, the openable roof form, when that is open, the conditions specified within my report would restrict amplified sound, drum kits, etc., which currently are not restricted by planning mechanisms. So if this were refused, the festival would still be going ahead on site, but it would be going ahead outside. They could technically use, in terms of planning controls, technically use amplified sound or drum kits. Not saying they wouldn't get any issues from noise abatement on that front, but it brings it inside. So that's an inside room with an openable roof form to allow them to celebrate under a temporary roof structure for the duration of the festival. And I hope that answers your questions, Councillor Smart.
It does. I do have a slight hesitancy still about the festival. It's unusual to have all of those coming to us, to this committee on a planning item. We don't engage in debate at the moment, sorry, sir. But you've pretty much covered it off, I think. And I presume that if residents had a problem with that they could complain to environmental health about noise and stuff. Yeah, you're nodding. So, I'm comforted by that. That sounds acceptable. So I'm done with my questions. Any other questions from members of Planning Committee? Councillor Flohbearer. Yes, you were going to come back, weren't you?
Thank you, Chair. Just a few comments. I mean, I still feel, I know that the member seems to be comfortable. I am not comfortable with the officer overriding good design. Accepting the good design and overriding the harm. And the harm is to the residents because the building is going to be larger, therefore it's going to have more capacity to have more people, therefore the noise is going to be extensive. So I think that is still having been resolved. And then the members have talked about previous applications, and this one is a new application. If we talk about the previous application, then the noise hasn't been solved, the tree hasn't been solved because there hasn't been a assessment from an engineer. So I feel that this is wrong in this sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So just to also say that in the representations of which 7 were in objection of 22, although it's not the number, of course, it's the quality of the representation. There was bullet point 3 includes noise as a concern that I presume residents have raised in terms of representations, just to add weight to what Councillor Flohbearer has said there. Is there anything you can say in response to that? Lawrence, I don't know if the Environmental Health Officer has commented.
So I'm happy to respond to each of those points, Councillor.
Do that, yeah.
Concern. So first, I think, again, she was speaking about design harm, and just to note that myself as the case officer, conservation officer, and the urban design officer do not believe that the development will lead to harm in terms of design. We think it's an enhancement when compared with the current scheme on site. The enclosure impacts, I've done a very, very detailed section in my report explaining why I do not believe there to be any adverse harm on the amenity of residential occupiers along Portugal Place by means of enclosure, and I'd like that to be taken as read. Moving on from there, noise, the Environmental Health Officer has been consulted throughout the course of this application. There were concerns at one point, but the noise impact assessment was amended to avoid those concerns, becoming a formal objection. With regards to increasing the capacity of the site. Yes, it is a larger scheme. Yes, it will allow for more people on site, but there's nothing to stop a similar number of people going to the site now in a building which is not acoustically sealed, in a building which does not have planning regulations on the use of the outside or use of external plant. And in my view, it will be an improved situation with regards to noise. And with regards to trees, the tree team have been formally consulted twice, just to make sure, and on both occasions they said an arboricultural impact assessment and tree protection plan will be required at condition stage, which is a very, very conventional approach. It is usually the way things are done, because otherwise applicants are doing detailed designs before they've got approval. And it's in this case, compared with the previous scheme, they have provided an arboricultural technical note to give an indication as to the approach they're going to follow to avoid harm to trees. And those arboricultural impact assessments and the tree protection plans will be required prior to demolition. If the applicant sees a need to change that, again, they would need to come in with a section 73 on this application, and that would subsequently come back to committee. So in this case, there is no harm to the character of the conservation area. There's no harm to the street scene. It's seen as a positive impact on the conservation area. There are no adverse harm to residents by means of enclosure. The noise impacts have been deemed acceptable, and the impact on trees, the approach going to be used for construction, has been deemed acceptable to a degree where we are comfortable using conditions to secure the further details with regards to trees. And I think I've answered all points there. So
Yeah, thanks very much, Lawrence. And just to say, the Environmental Health Officer report at 6.18, there's a short paragraph there, if members want to have a look. Again, it starts with no objection. So that's pretty clear. And further to what Lawrence has just stated, can't see any more hands up. Been a good debate, I think, so far. Right, let's have the recommendation then, please, Toby.
It's on page 84, Chair. It is to approve, subject to the planning conditions as set out, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers, plus the amended conditions as set out on the amendment sheet.
Thanks, Toby. So the recommendation is one of approval. Or is in favour of that recommendation?
Five, Chair.
Against? Abstentions?
One abstention.
So the item is approved. Thank you very much to members, speakers, officers. That's the last. Oh, it isn't the last item, is it? We've got the other report. So, but that's approved. Thank you very much. And the next item on the agenda will go straight to the appeals information. Did you want to say anything about that, Toby?
Only, Chair, I think we've discussed these very, very briefly before. It is well worth reading the Sydney Street and Hobson Street appeal decision, which relates to the former cinema on Hobson Street and the issues around that. That appeal was dismissed. And then we've talked about Beehive already. Anstey Hall was dismissed. Some members may recall that being discussed in committee last year. We've also now received a costs decision. The council applied for costs from against the appellant that has been awarded to the council for unreasonable behaviour. So there's a good collection of appeal decisions there. If any member wants to talk to me about the detail pertaining them, I'd be happy to.
Just to say that the costs paid by the applicant in that case, that was unusual. We don't normally get costs paid to the council, so the council officers have done very well in that respect to for that to happen. So well done to them. Any questions about any of the other items on that list? No hands up. Okay. That's that then, and I think that was the last item, wasn't it? Yeah, that's it. So thanks very much, members, for coming in again on a winter's day, and safe journey home. Don't slip over. And sorry it's been so cold in here. I will raise it with the powers that be, And I don't know if we can get temporary heaters or something, but it's a big space, that's the problem, the heat will rise. So, yeah, let's hope it's fixed for the next time. But thank you again, thanks to officers, and yeah, we're done.